Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year to everyone, not only here, but those that are watching us live. I hereby call the meeting to order. It is exactly 6 o'clock p.m. I'm going to go ahead and start with roll call. If I could ask you to identify yourself, starting from my right.
Jessica Ochoa, present.
Carlos Margo, present.
Anita Chavez, present.
Alisa Peña, present.
Rosalba Hernandez, present.
Celso Gomez Jr., present.
Great. We have everyone here and we have a quorum. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to do so, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the agenda is the public comment portion of our meeting. I am going to ask again, you are given 3 minutes. If you are going to be providing remarks tonight, please identify yourself. You have 3 minutes to do so. Our Vice President, Anita Chavez, will inform you once your 3 minutes are up. I do have our secretary who will be calling you up. As she calls you up, please make your way to the podium. So again, 3 minutes. We'll go ahead and start with our first person.
If we can please have Jeremy Johnson make your way to the podium, please.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Jeremy Johnson, and I am a freshman at Thelma R. Salinas Early College High School, here today to speak on behalf of the students, parents, and community members who care deeply about the future of our school and the quality of education we get. I stand before you with a heart full of hope and determination for the future of Thelma Salinas Early College High School. Along with me today, several other students will present compelling data and stories that not only demonstrate our school's top ranking within the district, but also highlights the undeniable impact Thelma Salinas Early College High School has had on our lives. Our school has consistently outperformed others in academic achievement, student engagement, and college readiness. The statistics are clear. Our graduation is one of the highest in the district, and the numbers of students graduating with college credit speaks volume about the unique opportunities our school provides. But beyond the numbers, this school is where we have found not only academic success, but a sense of belonging, mentorship, and personal growth. These aren't just numbers on a page. They represent our futures, our hopes, and the foundation of lives we are building. I'm honored to present to you a petition that represents the voices of 486 members of our community, parents, students, and concerned citizens who are invested in the success and continued growth of our school. These signatures reflect a collective desire to keep Thelma Salinas open, as we strongly believe in the value of our school and the environment it fosters for all of us. We ask for your careful consideration of the impact of consolidating the early college high schools into one at the Jimmy Carter campus, as it would have a major impact on our students, families, communities. Our school provides an exceptional learning environment with passionate and dedicated educators who genuinely care about our success. Many of us, including myself, feel that this is the place where we thrive and excel. We do not want to leave the school that has provided this all to us and has shaped us into the students we are today. And we all ask for your support in ensuring it remains open for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary Peña, can you go ahead and call up the next person?
Yes, Juan Fregoso, if you want to make your way to the podium, please.
To the school board, members of the community, and all esteemed guests, my name is Juan Fregoso, and I'm a proud student of Thelma R. Salinas High School. I stand before you today not only to speak for myself, but for the future of hundreds of students like me who dream of breaking barriers and making a difference in STEM fields. Thelma Salinas was created with a vision to offer minority and disadvantaged students an opportunity to enter competitive STEM careers. This isn't just about education or cost-saving measures. It's about equity, inclusion, and giving every student a fair chance to succeed in a world where STEM jobs are in high demand and life-changing. Our campus stands as a testament to the power of believing in students. With the highest enrollment among all early colleges, we consistently achieve near-perfect attendance and lead the district in TSI math and English passing rates. This year, we proudly achieved a 78.37 passing rate in math and a 50.96 in English, the highest in the district. But these numbers aren't just statistics. They represent students like me, who won the Congressional App Challenge and dream of becoming an engineer. They represent George Vera, a recently accepted MIT student to study computer engineering. And students like David Solis and Pedro Rosas, who received a full ride scholarship to RISE and are on their way to becoming future STEM leaders. This success isn't by chance. It's due to smaller class sizes, dedicated teachers, and a culture of growth and excellence. A merger would risk diluting this success. Increasing campus numbers threatens to weaken the foundation that has made Telma Salinas a place where students thrive. The Texas Workforce Commission recently highlighted the increase in demand for skilled STEM professionals. Having spoken with alumni, they have inspired me that it is possible of being where they are today. Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Tesla, NASA, SpaceX, and Google, to name a few. Reducing our focus on STEM would deprive students to these life-changing opportunities. Let me also remind you of the woman behind her school's name, Telma Salinas, a Latina from our community. She was an educational activist who motivated students to overcome adversity and pursue higher education. She paved the way for minorities in this district, and we honor her legacy every single day by striving for excellence in the STEM fields she held so dear. By dissolving Telma Salinas, our district is at risk of falling behind in creating a competitive, diverse workforce, which compromises our right for educational excellence at La Jolla ISD. The Texas Education Agency, TEA, implemented a STEM framework guiding districts to increase access to STEM-rich environments. Merging or reducing our STEM focus goes against the very goals that TEA has set for the future and education in our state. Dr. Sorensen, you have repeatedly emphasized that all students deserve high-quality seats in education. These seats represent possibilities, aspirations of children that cannot and should not be taken away. Tonight, I respectfully request your consideration of a proposal to postpone the merge. Doing so would allow for more interaction and engagement with stakeholders who are directly affected. It would also give us a chance to collaborate on a solution that all parties can agree upon, ensuring we preserve the integrity and purpose of all schools like Telma Salinas. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Secretary Pena?
Yes, if we can have Jorge Vera make your way to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name is Jorge Vera, and I am a senior at the Salinas Early College High School, and I'm majoring in computer engineering. Computer science and STEM as a whole have been my interests for as long as I can remember. As a child, I dreamed of being able to work at companies like Microsoft, NASA, and Google. Some called it far-fetched or impossible, but I was determined to prove them wrong. When I heard about Telma Salinas and the opportunities it offered, I realized there was a chance to achieve what I had always dreamed of. Telma Salinas has provided me with access to unparalleled resources, opportunities, and a challenging curriculum focused on STEM. It is through these STEM programs that I've been able to prepare for college and beyond. I'm proud to say that I have been accepted into MIT with a full ride scholarship, but this achievement would not have been possible without the rigorous curriculum and the opportunities at Telma. But my success is just one of many. During my time here, I have witnessed many of my peers reach new heights through their hard work and a curriculum that challenges students to push their limits. Telma Salinas provides an environment where students from low-income communities can thrive and achieve their dreams, breaking barriers that once seemed insurmountable. The proposed merger threatens to take these opportunities away from future students. For a community with limited resources, these opportunities are a beacon of hope, offering students a chance to reach their full potential. Is it truly the right decision to take this away from those with dreams and the potential to make a difference? I urge you to vote no on this merger. Do not let this decision undermine the opportunities that have empowered students like me and countless others to succeed. Our community deserves a school that challenges us, inspires us, and prepares us for the world ahead. Let's stand together to ensure no student's dream is ever out of reach, and that every opportunity to succeed is preserved for those who come after us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Secretary Pena, our next speaker.
Pablo Rosas, if you want to make your way to the podium, please.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Pedro Rosas, a student at Telma Salinas STEM Early College High School. I've had the privilege of attending 3 of the 4 early college high schools, Jimmy Carter, HSP, and Thelma Salinas. Each one provided unique opportunities and connections that would not have been possible in a traditional high school setting. Joining Thelma in my junior year allowed me to compete at the UIL state level with my peers and introduced me to life-changing opportunities. My friend Esteban encouraged me to apply for Crestbridge, which led to a full ride match to Boston University, which I had not thought was possible. With my achievements, I was also able to receive a full scholarship to Arizona State University. These achievements were possible thanks to the support and resources offered by the early college programs. However, these opportunities are not just about academic achievements. They're about opening doors to brighter futures for students like me, students who may not believe in such possibilities were within reach. The merger of these schools would jeopardize the future generation. It would disrupt student goals in the STEM field, would destroy the small communities created that make early college high school so impactful. By keeping these schools independent, you're investing in future generations of STEM. These campuses are not just schools, they're stepping stones to dreams that once seemed unattainable. I stand here today to ask you to reconsider the merger and preserve the opportunities that have changed my life and the lives of so many others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker.
Esteban Ortegon, if you want to make your way to the podium, please.
Good evening, board members. My name is Esteban Ortegon, and I'm a senior at Thelma Salinas Early College High School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. At some point in our lives, we've been asked, what do you want to be when you grow up? For me, the answer has always been engineering and computer science. When my mother told me about a school where I could pursue this dream, I was uncontrollably excited. Thelma Salinas offered a place where I could work towards my goals earlier than I had ever imagined. Looking back, attending this school is one of the most life-changing decisions I've ever made. The opportunities provided here have led me to great success. Success I'm not sure I could have achieved elsewhere. I'm proud to share that thanks to this education and support I've received at Thelma Salinas, I've earned a full ride scholarship to Rice University. This unimaginable achievement is a testament to the resources and guidance provided by the school, which allowed me to chase my dream and make it a reality. Without Thelma Salinas, I might not be standing here today with this incredible opportunity. The proposed consolidation of the early college high schools takes away these opportunities from future students, particularly those aspiring to enter the STEM fields. This isn't just about losing a supportive environment that has helped me and so many others thrive. It is also about the drastic limitation of degree options available to students. By narrowing these choices, the district sends a message that students should settle for less, even if they have the determination and grit to achieve something greater. Yes, many students at the early college graduate with interdisciplinary degrees, but that doesn't diminish their effort or ambition. They tried their very best. The proposed changes risk undermining the dreams of future students who are willing to work hard to achieve their goals. My concern is for the next class of students, those who have the drive and ambition to succeed. Should they have to abandon their dreams because the system no longer supports them? The opportunities I've received at Thelma Salinas didn't just change my life. They have also transformed the lives of many other students. I urge you to ensure that future students have the same chance to pursue their goals, no matter how challenging those goals may seem. Let them try, let them dream. Just as I was able to when I came to Thelma Salinas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Secretary Peña, next speaker.
Mauricio Mendez.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Marcy Sorensen, fellow students, staff members, and parents. My name is Mauricio Mendez, and I am a proud senior at Thelma Salinas Early College High School. Tonight, I stand before you not just as a student, but as a representative of generations of young minds who have benefited and could still benefit from the extraordinary opportunities this school offers. Here in La Jolla ISD, we hold true to the belief that educational excellence is not a privilege, but a right. This guiding principle is the cornerstone of our district's legacy. It is why Thelma Salinas exists, to provide students with unique pathways to excel, to dream, and to achieve beyond what many think is possible. However, the proposal to merge Thelma Salinas and the other early colleges and to remove critical programs, including the engineering degree pathway, threatens to undermine this legacy. This decision, if passed, would deprive future students of opportunities that have transformed lives. Opportunities like earning an associate's degree in engineering, which is one of the best career options for the future, being mentored by exceptional teachers and counselors, and securing scholarships that open doors to top universities, including Ivy League institutions. I myself am one of the fortunate students who have benefited from these opportunities. and I know how life-changing they can be. But the decision before you tonight is not about my success or that of my peers. It's about ensuring that these opportunities remain available for generations to come. We understand that challenges exist. Declining academic performance in certain areas is a valid concern. It is indeed evident that the output of our school in regards to graduates with associate's degrees has not been what was expected. However, the students at Thelma Salinas were not giving adequate notice or support to address these issues. We were not warned of the risk or offered a chance to work collaboratively to improve. It is only fair to give us the time, resources, and your guidance to correct this. Instead of shutting the doors on these programs, we ask you to open the doors to collaboration. Give us a few years to turn this around. Allow us to work hand in hand with educators, the community, and our newest administration to restore and elevate the excellence of our programs. Let's leave a lasting legacy on the District of La Joya. Esteemed board members, together we can make excellence the crown jewel of La Joya. Do not let the past dictate the future of younger students. And although merging these schools and cutting vital programs is an answer, it is not the best answer. It is a disservice to the students who depend on this district to uphold its promise of fairness and opportunity. Members of the board, I urge you to vote against the proposed consolidation. Allow us the time to prove that we can rise to the challenge. Help us turn this board around and ensure that the promise of educational excellence remains a reality for every student in La Joya ISD, present and future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Secretary Peña, our next speaker.
Next, we have Ms. Claudia Garcia. If you want to make your way to the podium, please.
You want to go ahead and say one more time? Oh, there she comes.
Good evening. I'm Claudia Garcia, a parent volunteer at Seguin Elementary, and I am respectfully presenting to you, the board members, a petition signed by concerned parents and members of our community, and that was made by the parent volunteers at Seguin to stop the restart of our school. By doing this, we can only hope that you listen to our concerns and why are we opposed to this. Unfortunately, there is not enough time to read it all. That's why I wanted to share with you a copy of the petition. Please take the time to read it. Petition to reevaluate the implementation of the ACE program for the 2025, 2026, and future academic years. We, the undersigned parents, students, alumni, and members of the Juan Seguin Elementary community, strongly oppose the recommendation to restart our school under the La Joya ISD Systems of Grade Schools Restart Proposal, known as Accelerating Campus Excellence, ACE. We believe this change will bring significant negative consequences to our students and the broader community. We respectfully urge the board to vote against this proposal and instead explore alternative approaches that equip students with the tools they need to succeed while preserving the current staff and culture of our school. Our primary concern is the well-being of our students. The continuity of our staff has allowed students to build trusting relationships with teachers, counselors, administrators, and other personnel, connections that are essential to their academic and emotional growth. Our staff's deep understanding of the unique culture and needs of the Juan Seguin Elementary community is a testament of their dedication. They have consistently upheld the high standards of our school through innovative approaches that align with the district's mission and values. As a community, we are deeply concerned about the current teacher-to-student ratio, which is already high. Adding more students will exacerbate existing challenges and overburden our teachers and staff. Additionally, increasing instructional time does not necessarily guarantee improve learning outcomes and could deprive children of essential rest and recreation, which are critical for their overall well-being and academic success. It is vital to remember that our students are not mere statistics. They are unique individuals with distinct needs. Implementing these changes will impose unnecessary challenges on them. Our focus should remain on supporting and nurturing each child's unique strengths and potential. We respectfully request that you consider our concerns and vote against the proposed ACE program. Sincerely, parents, alumni, and community members. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Secretary Peña, our next speaker.
If we can have Ms. Brisa Bernal make your way to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name is Brisa Bernal, and I'm a junior at the Academy of Health Science Professions and STEM. I'm standing before you today because the proposed consolidation is threatening the futures of so many. Our schools, Jimmy Carter Early College, La Jolla Early College, Thelma R. Salinas Early College, and the Academy of Health Science Professions and STEM are not just schools. However, they are all at risk right now. Now, take a second and imagine a place you call your second home, a place that shaped your identity and where you learned from failure and celebrated successes. Think about the people who have supported you, your teachers who saw your potential and pushed you to do better, custodians who made sure your space was clean, nurses who healed you when you were sick, librarians who sparked your curiosity, security guards who made you feel safe, and lunch staff who made sure you were fed, and administration who guided you throughout the years. Imagine the people, the ones who have made a positive impact on your futures, the ones who believed in and supported you. Now, imagine all of that being stripped away from you without any warning, without any regard for your hard work, and without any regard to the impact it will have on your future. Imagine feeling as if your dreams and successes were disposable. Think about the employees who will lose their livelihoods. That is a reality we are currently facing, and it feels like betrayal. And the truth is, students like me, who once looked at their futures with hope, are now lost and scared. We chose these schools, reaching towards a future we would have never imagined for ourselves. We poured our hearts out into our education and believed in the promises our school gave us. Now, we are being faced with the possibility of losing the environments that helped us grow. We are told that the consolidation was proposed for efficiency and progress, but how can you call it progress when it comes at the expense of the very foundation that supports us, our teachers, peers, and the programs that have guided us to where we are today? So let me ask you this. If this is what's best for us, how can you tell us that our future is bright when it is being jeopardized by a decision that disregards our dreams? But this is more than just about us. This is about the students who will come after us, those who have yet to walk through the doors of these schools, the students who won't have the same opportunities that we did. They won't have access to the opportunities that help shape our futures and the opportunities that allowed us to dream big and achieve more. How can we stand by and let this happen? How can we tell them that they won't have the same opportunities we had to build their futures? How can we let them start with less, knowing that they deserve so much more? Therefore, the proposed consolidation will not only disrupt our futures, but lead us to lose a trust in the very people who are supposed to fight for us. You have a choice in front of you. Will you choose a path that sacrifices the futures of so many students, or will you stand with the people you are supposed to serve? Please do what is right, and do not let this be the legacy that you leave behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms.
Next.
Jacqueline Gonzalez.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jacqueline Gonzalez, and I'm a student from the Academy of Health Science Professions and STEM. Today is a big day. Well, for you, today might feel like any other day, but for me, for my classmates, and for so many students sitting here and beyond these walls, today is everything. Today is the day you decide for us. You're not just making a decision that affects our futures, but the futures of every student who will come after us. Now, I don't mean to sound like an angsty teenager or come off as immature, but what I'm saying is the truth, and sugarcoating it won't change anything, especially not in moments like this where we as teenagers are forced to think like adults, where we have to fight for ourselves because the adults in charge aren't fighting for us. I want to tell you a story, my story, the story of students whose lives you are about to change. When you're little and you tell your parents you want to be a doctor, they're thrilled. You practice medicine on your stuffed animals and you dream. But as you grow, dreams become plans, pre-med, medical school, residency, fellowship. It takes nearly 15 years of studying and sacrifice to get there. But no matter how much you prepare, 15 years isn't enough. We spent our childhoods writing our dreams in diaries. And as we grew up, those dreams quietly inch closer every single day. Sometimes though, we forget to slow down and notice how close we've come. We forget to feel it, to hold it, And sometimes even the most beautiful dreams disappear when the sun comes up. If this consolidation passes, that's exactly what will happen. Teachers and staff are being put on the chopping block. Students are beginning to lose their hope. These aren't just schools you're closing. They're stepping stones towards futures we've worked hard to build. You might call this progress, but the next time someone tells you how great progress is, I want you to stop and ask yourself, who paid the price for it? Is it the teachers who will pack up the classrooms they poured their hearts into? The students who will lose once-in-a-lifetime opportunities and connections? The families who trusted this district to put education before politics and profit? This isn't progress. This is loss. This is irreversible damage. Tonight, you have the power to decide if those dreams live or disappear. Please do what's right. Vote to protect our schools, our teachers, and our futures. Don't make us mourn the loss of the future we could have had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary Peña, next speaker.
Edward Reina, if you want to make your way to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name is Edward Reina, and I graduated this past May from Telma Salinas as a valedictorian and with my associate's degree in computer science. I got to take advantage of all the amazing opportunities that Telma had to offer. I got a full-ride scholarship to Boston University. I won the Congressional App Challenge last year, and I was flown to New York City, where I got to spend 5 weeks learning math and computer science with some of the smartest minds in the nation, with all expenses paid. Additionally, under my STC graduation program for computer science, there were 8 names, and every single one of them came from Telma Salinas. No other district graduated a single computer science student, yet we did 8. These are the opportunities I had access to, and they were only made possible through Telma Salinas. I chose to go to Telma because they were the only school that offered computer science. I didn't know what an early college was, I didn't know what an associate was, and I didn't understand any of the opportunities the schools offered. But I liked computers, and computer science had the word computer in it, so I went for it. That is how simple my decision was. And that simple decision has brought me to where I am today. Thus, I ask you, what would 8th grade me do under the proposed merger? I'll tell you, he'd be just as confused and see nothing that he's interested in. So he'd just go to La Jolla High School. He would likely do fine, go on to be top 10, maybe do some sports, and then go to UTRGV, where he would spend 4 years figuring out how to pay for college. Little would he know how drastically different his life could have been. How he could have been going to a prestigious university with it all paid for. How he could have gone to follow his passion in high school. But no, he'd just be some slightly above average kid stuck in the valley, all because of one board decision he would know nothing about. Therefore, I'll ask you, would you kill my future and the futures of countless upcoming students like my little brother who wants to study engineering, yet just because they were born a few years later, they'll never get to experience the opportunities I did? Or will you work towards investing in our schools so that future generations can experience the same opportunities I did and better? I hope it's the latter. And I hope you vote no on this merger so we can work together on improving our schools, not destroying them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary Peña.
We can have Ms. Linda Nava make your way to the podium, please.
Good evening. My name is Linda Nava, and I graduated from Telma Salinas this past May. And today I'm here to say this merger is a bad idea. It won't benefit the students, and it is taking away opportunities that I got to experience. Future students will not be able to take advantage of early college classes for longer degrees such as engineering or computer science. Through this merger, you are taking away the opportunity for students to finish their careers faster, or even prevent them from their desired careers by holding them back on what they are so passionate to study. I chose Telma Salinas with the mindset of finishing school faster by taking college classes that weren't offered in any other schools. I chose the school because it felt like a safe environment where I could focus on my studies in comparison to other nearby. Other schools didn't offer the comfort and memories I made at Telma. Merging the schools would be taking away the caring and loving teachers that made me excited to go to school instead of making me feel like I had to quit. In any other school, a kid crying in the hallways wouldn't be given much attention just because of how packed it is. While in my school, my own principal had the time and heart to go after me and ask if I was okay. Unlike other schools around, my school felt safe and comfortable. My teachers cared to ask if a student went missing for a day. My counselor would search for kids to help and would even skip her own lunchtime to make us students feel safe. Not many students from different schools get to say this. They can brag about how close they felt with the people around. They can mention how their own teachers skipped meals so that the students felt safe and sound. Not me. My teachers cared about the students. They genuinely wanted to help the students reach their goals and even explain methods and ways to be noticed by people out of state. I get to mention how one of my best friends went to a college out of state. I get to brag about how 50% of my friends graduated with an associate's. I get to brag about how all the students in my school were FAFSA complete and got into a college. And I get to be proud of myself by knowing I can finish college in just 2 years, just because I took so many classes that benefited me at Telma. Thus, I just don't see why you would try taking away these opportunities away from hardworking kids with big dreams. So if you truly care about them and their futures, please vote no on this murder. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Secretary Peña, do we have any other speakers?
Yes, so we can have Ms. Viviana Martinez make your way to the podium, please.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Viviana Martínez. Vengo representando la Escuela Emiliano Zapata. Para petición para respetuosamente el cierre de la Escuela Emiliano Zapata para los años académicos 2025-2026. Como padres voluntarios y de la comunidad de la Escuela Primaria Emiliano Zapata, estamos expresando que este cambio traería consecuencias significativas, emocionales y negativas a nuestros niños y para la comunidad en general. Nosotros como padres, estudiantes y miembros de la comunidad expresamos nuestra opinión al cierre del plantel. Respetuosamente estamos en contra de su propuesta. Nuestra preocupación son los cambios que se generarán en nuestros estudiantes, tanto en lo académico como en lo personal. He tenido la oportunidad de hablar con padres de niños especiales y están sumamente preocupados de cómo les va a afectar a sus niños en terapias a las que tendrán que acudir para sobrellevar este cambio tan importante para ellos. Como padres y comunidad, estamos preocupados por la alta cantidad que se generará al querer reunir a nuestros estudiantes a otros planteles. Sería una sobrecarga tanto para maestros como para personal administrativo. Y se pondría en riesgo su seguridad, ya que nos dicen que se usarán portables para poner a los niños ahí. También el aumento del tiempo de instrucción no garantizará mejor rendimiento académico, al contrario, sería un desafío porque sería privar de un tiempo de su infancia y eso afectaría el crecimiento emocional y académico para nuestros niños. ¿Por qué no dar la oportunidad de demostrar que sí se puede llegar a su mejor nivel académico? Haciendo los cambios necesarios en la administración de la escuela, recordemos que es el primer año con bajo grado. Nuestra comunidad, lamentablemente, son familias de bajos recursos y aún así se dan el tiempo de poder llevar a sus niños a la escuela. Muchas de estas familias trabajan desde temprano para llevar el sustento a sus casas. Esto les afectaría a ellos también con el simple hecho de tener que llevar a sus hijos a unas distancias más lejos. Respetuosamente solicitamos que consideren nuestras preocupaciones y peticiones y que voten en contra del cierre del plantel Emiliano Zapata Elementary. Trabajaremos en conjunto, padres, maestros y estudiantes y comunidad para que sea una escuela de la cual seguir sintiéndonos orgullosos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, ma'am. Secretary Peña, next speaker.
Yes, we have Caleb Galvan, and you can make your way to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Caleb Galvan, and I'm a 2024 graduate of Thelma R. Salinas STEM Early College High School. I'm here today because I strongly oppose the proposed merger. I believe it's a mistake that would take away incredible opportunities for many students. One of my life goals has always been to make my parents proud, and Thelma's helped me do that. When I walked across that stage to get my associate's degree, I could see the pride in my parents' eyes. That moment meant everything to them and to me. Thelma gave me a chance to experience that success. I believe more students should have that same chance. I come from a family that has faced poverty. Because of this, my parents have always told me to take opportunities that come my way. When I found out about Thelma Salinas and what it offers, I knew it was a chance for a better future. This school provides things that many other schools can't. For one, its engineering degree, which was a major I started with and continued until senior year. The degree was hard, and I failed some classes, and I was told I wouldn't graduate with my engineering degree. So I switched to interdisciplinary and graduated. Even though I didn't graduate as an engineer, due to the engineering class I took, I'm far ahead from many other students my age. And I'm continuing to pursue this engineering at UTRGV so I could become an electrical engineer. That I can firmly say was only possible through Thelma Salinas. Thus, I ask, isn't that what La Jolla ISD is about? Giving students limitless opportunities. Thelma wasn't just a school to me. It felt like home. It was a place where everyone worked together to help each other succeed. We built strong bonds and became like family. This experience I had at Thelma was life-changing, and I don't want to see future students miss out on that. Therefore, I urge you to think about the students, their futures, their dreams, and the opportunities they deserve. Thelma Salinas gave me a chance to succeed. I don't want to see that taken away. Please don't let this merger happen and vote no. Let's keep providing students with opportunities they deserve and need. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next, we have Anselmo Rodriguez. Anselmo Rodriguez, if you want to make your way to the podium, please. If he is not here, that concludes our speakers for tonight.
Thank you, Secretary Peña. Thank you all who provided remarks tonight. Next item on the agenda is agenda item number 5.1, Board Recognition Month. This will be presented by Blanca Cantu, our Public Relations Communications Director. Blanca?
Good evening, board members, community, and audience. January is Board Recognition Month, and the governor of our state has proclaimed January to be Board Recognition Month, so I will read the proclamation. It says, through the ages, each generation has been called upon to strengthen our foundation and prepare the way for the others. This spirit is especially evident in the education of our children, for it is through a quality education that we place students first and firmly on the path up to a lifetime of excellence and achievement. Ensuring a quality education is in the work of many, and school boards are a vital component of this success. These local leaders use their time, energy, and knowledge to set and review budgets, oversee the management of Texas public and charter schools, and ensure that students receive an exemplary education. Each year, the month of January is set aside to honor school boards, many contributions, and to recognize their commitment to education. So at this time, I encourage all Texans to acknowledge the more than 7,000 school board members whose service represents the best in our great state. And it is signed by Greg Abbott on the 20th day of December 2024 and proclaims January to be School Board Recognition Month. So congratulations. At this time, I want to ask our board members to step forward to present a token of appreciation. Mr. Julian Alvarez, Board President, Ms. Anita Chavez, Board Vice President, Ms. Elisa Peña, Board Secretary, Mr. Celso Gomez, Board Member, Dr. Rosalba Hernandez, Board Member, Dr. Carlos Margo, Board Member, and Ms. Jessica Ochoa, Board Member. board members, this is just a small token of our appreciation. Thank you for all the time, the commitment, and the hard work that you put into our districts to ensure that our community succeeds, our students succeed, our staff succeeds, and our whole district as a whole succeeds. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blanca, for the gifts. And it is our pleasure to be serving this great school district. As we've all alluded to, wherever we go, we always brag about the great things that are happening in the school district. And of course, the hard work that many of us have put in, not only showing up to a board meeting, but the hours, the countless hours that we spend making sure that we have the best interests of our, not only our school district, the citizens of La Jolla, but also our students. So thank you again for that. It means a lot to all of us. Next item on the agenda is 5.2, which is early college high school consolidation recommendation. Dr. Little, if you and Ms. Miller could go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, President Alvarez. Good evening, board, Dr. Sorensen, community. Thank you, students and alum, for being here and certainly sharing your perspective. You did that incredibly well, and we appreciate that. We are here today to close this part of the conversation out. You know, we came to you back in November, making a recommendation for how to improve outcomes in our high school spaces, particularly our early college spaces. And we are back after 2 months of additional engagement to share our final recommendations with you in that regard. To go back to where we started in the original proposal, we want to spend a little bit of time helping restate for you as the board and restate for the community our motivation behind this proposal to really help better articulate what's driving this decision and what the community, what our students should expect to see as outcomes afterward if you decide to approve it. We shared last time, and we'll share a little bit more tonight, that as we look at our early college and specialty school landscape, our 4 schools, La Jolla Early College, HSP and STEM, Thelma Salinas, and Jimmy Carter, we see that there are lots of duplicated offerings and pathways. We have moved from original intent of these schools to something that is harder to distinguish. We also know, and I'll share with you a bit more tonight, despite the incredible success stories that you heard from some of our individual students and alumni, that across the population of students and the cohorts that we have, we aren't getting the outcomes that our students deserve. And so we have to think about how do we improve those opportunities, and how do we, to what we heard the young gentleman say, like make sure parents can feel pride when you walk across that associate degree stage, that every student who starts at an early college high school actually has that moment of celebration and success where they're finishing with that associate degree. That is the driving motivation behind this recommendation. So to recap what that recommendation is, we are still here with this basic recommendation of consolidation. This hasn't changed since our original proposal in November, to take these 4 specialty schools and consolidate them into one standalone early college high school for La Jolla ISD that will be at Jimmy Carter. We'll talk more about the Jimmy Carter sort of moniker and name a bit later, because that certainly has come up in the conversations, and we'll close the loop there. This is the part of the recommendation that we are asking the board to take action on tonight, this consolidation and the associated program change, which Chief Miller will discuss towards the end. The other part of our proposal that we shared in November has changed, and you heard good reasons for that change even here tonight. When we originally stood before you, we said that we wanted to look across the 4 schools at the 8 pathways that have been provided and consolidate those down to 3. Our original proposal was interdisciplinary studies, biology, and teaching. We arrived at that original proposal looking at where we had the most success with students actually completing those programs and graduating, in addition to looking at workforce needs within the area and thinking about transferability of coursework to other higher ed institutions. What we have heard resoundingly, loud and clear from our students and from parents and community alike is that that was an insufficient list. It did not include everything that it should. This still may not satisfy everybody based on their feedback, but the thing that we heard over and over again, and you even heard a couple students and alumni talk about this tonight, is mechanical engineering should continue to be an option for students moving forward. So we are here tonight in response to that feedback, listening to our community, listening to our students, and saying that is a pathway that we want to continue to provide, while also recognizing that we have more work to do to help students be successful in that pathway. It does require more coursework. Those courses are more rigorous. There is more risk in transferability depending upon the four-year university that you go to. That aside, this is something that our students have really asked to continue. We want to honor that request, and we want to ensure that students who start mechanical engineering finish mechanical engineering with that associate degree moving forward. These four pathways combined account for 90% of our recent associate degree graduates. So these four opportunities really capture more than the majority of students. Again, 90% of where our graduates were. The last thing I'll say before we move on to the rest of the presentation is we've had lots of conversation with students, parents, and community about interdisciplinary studies. What we've got to do a better job at communicating is how flexible that pathway is for students. If you want to study computer science and use your elective courses in that interdisciplinary pathway just for computer science courses, or just for physics courses or mathematics courses, whatever it may be, it allows you to do that. And that's something that we have to help better understand. To the comment about an 8th grader thinking about their future, we've got more and better work to do to really inform our students and families about their options within this consolidated early college high school. But nonetheless, if you say yes to this proposal tonight, these are the four pathways that we would continue to move forward for our students in the near future. Part of what we've also tried to be really clear about is how this will impact current students at these four schools. What we said originally and what we're still here to say tonight is a few important things. Number one, every 9th, 10th, and 11th grader at these four schools automatically has a place at the consolidated Jimmy Carter Early College High School. There is no risk of them not being able to continue in an early college environment. They can all go if they choose to. We're working with them and their families this month to see if that's what they're interested in, or they can return to their home high school. But everybody has a space. Number two, if you are a current 10th or 11th grader, regardless of the pathway you're on, you're gonna get to finish that pathway. We made that commitment early on, and we still stand by that commitment that every sophomore and junior can finish whatever they've started, regardless of whether that's one of those four pathways that we will continue with in the future. And number three, and this isn't explicit in the slide, but we wanted to remind folks of this as well. We have a lot of students at these four schools that participate in arts, athletics, or extracurricular back at one of our three comprehensive high schools. So they go back to Juarez for mariachi, or back to Palmview for football, or back to La Jolla for softball, whatever that may be. That's going to continue to be available. We are not limiting students' ability to participate in those sports extracurricular opportunities. There's still UIL guidelines that we follow, but transportation will continue to be provided, and those opportunities are still there for students. Now, I want to step back just a little bit and recap some data, again, for the board and for the community. What we realized as we were out having community conversations is we weren't always having the whole conversation at the same time. So with this board, we've shared our quality school analysis and our state of the district, and we went out into the community and did sessions on that. It had pieces of the story related to early college high schools. When you adopted the goals and goal progress measures, it had pieces of the story related to early college high school and our high school outcomes. And then our specific proposal back in November had other pieces of the story. What we started to realize and started to hear from the community is they wanted to better see how all of that fits together. So we want to spend a few minutes tonight trying to do just that and connect all of these data pieces in one place. The first is acknowledging the gatekeeper here. Students cannot proceed with dual credit coursework, they certainly cannot earn an associate degree while in high school if they do not pass the TSI. That is a requirement that our students and students across the state have to meet in this context of dual credit in early college. You heard from students earlier that yes, Jimmy Carter and Thelma Salinas are doing quite well compared to our other high schools in the state. And they are, and they're commended for that. And our students are working incredibly hard to earn those outcomes. The other reality here to this slide and to the other data is what's missing on top of these bars. The highest we go for students passing reading and math in our most recent data set is not even 70%. So that means there were 30% of students sitting in these two schools that didn't even have the opportunity to continue with the purpose of what the schools are about, which is associate degree participation and completion. We said before in the quality schools analysis, we certainly still stand here today, that we've got to ensure that every student coming into our early college program passes the TSI and stays on track. We also have work to do at our comprehensive high schools to improve rates there. We will actually be back at the next meeting in January giving you your first update on Goal 4 progress measures, which will include where we are as a fall semester on this measure. The second thing we have shared the most is this heat map slide. In every presentation, we've had this and we've talked about it, but we wanted to bring it back tonight for a couple of reasons. One, remember that this is the metrics that we look at with South Texas College for our dual credit offerings. These are the benchmarks of success that we and they sort of measure these programs by. When we shared this originally, we pointed out a few things. One, Jimmy Carter Early College High School was the only school that was green across the board and actually meeting or exceeding these standards. That was part of the reason why Jimmy Carter will be the house for this consolidated early college high school moving forward. The other thing we noticed, though, is there's quite a bit of yellow and red here that we've got to respond to. If we look in the middle at unsatisfactory progress, all but one of those are red, which means that our students aren't meeting the academic criteria of individual courses. Therefore, they're not staying on track for degree attainment along the way. Again, that is the ultimate purpose of an early college high school, to produce associate degree graduates. So we've got to do better there. The other thing that we want to continue to recognize is the far right column. Even though it's all green, we can see that our average GPAs for students is a 2 point something. That means at best they're B-, but most of these students are in the C+ range. When they're applying to four-year university, when they're applying to graduate or professional school, this is the transcript that still follows them. So what they did as a 15-year-old, 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old still matters when they're applying to med school, when they're applying to a graduate degree program in engineering. And so as we're thinking about improvement here, we're thinking about it in multiple ways. One, persistence and success through the pathway, but two, your academic quality that you're bringing with you on your transcript in terms of the grades that you earned in those courses. We want students to be at a B or better average moving forward. The other thing we shared, and we got a lot of feedback from the community on this slide, so we're actually going to pair it with the next one in response to some of that feedback. But we wanted to see what the trajectory looked like over time. So this is the class of 22-23. That's the fullest data set that we had when we started this conversation back in the fall, given how data comes back and is reported to us and to other districts. So we wanted to say, if you were in the class of 22-23, let's go back to when you were a freshman. And that would have been in 2019-2020. Of that freshman class, how many of those students 4 years later completed that associate degree pathway? We're showing that for La Jolla Early College, Thelma Salinas, and Jimmy Carter. And then we have the average overall. Less than 40% of those students actually completed their associate degree. If we fast forward and think of the question slightly differently, of that graduating class in 22-23, how many of those seniors were able to walk across that STC stage and earn their associates? That jumps up, it's still less than 50%. So this is, again, the motivation that we are looking at in this recommendation. We believe that with more focus, more coherence, more dedicated support, and deeper information for students and families from the moment they're considering applying all the way through the point of graduation, that not only can, but we should improve these outcomes, and we will, so that it's not 47%, but it's as close to 100% as possible, because that's the promise we have to make to students, not only in that pursuit of educational excellence, but in promising what an early college high school is about. Now, part of the feedback we got from the community is that this was an isolated story, and people rightly called out that COVID happened in the middle of there. And so they say, hey, this data is probably skewed because of the COVID impact. And we heard that, and we wanted to share a broader picture of what this data looks like. This is the exact slide that we shared with you in the goal progress measure presentation when you adopted those GPMs for goal 4. It looks at associate degree attainment out of all La Jolla ISD graduates. So anybody in that year's senior class, what percentage of those students actually finished with an associate degree? It goes all the way back to 17, 18. So they would have been freshmen in the like 13, 14, 12, 13 year. And you can see at best, we've reached 10%, and that was only 1 year. So most of the time, pre-COVID, during COVID, now after COVID, we've been in the single digits of our total graduating class population completing an associate degree. This is part of why we asked you to adopt it as a goal progress measure. We've got to stay transparent. We've got to stay rigorous and committed to this, because we should have many more students in La Jolla being able to be part of the success stories that you heard, thinking about the opportunities that they have for the lifetime after they finish school with us. And then finally, we shared this in our original proposal, but it is looking at the graduating class of 22-23 and how many of those students finished with an associate by pathway. What we shared then and what we continue to see is that the vast majority of our students, in this case 71%, are finishing with interdisciplinary. You heard a story tonight, and that's true for many other students. They may start in a different pathway, and for a variety of reasons, they end up back in the interdisciplinary option. Again, we want students who want interdisciplinary to be successful in that pathway, but we also have to ensure that students who are choosing one of the others, whether that's biology, teaching, or engineering in our list of 4, that they're being successful in that pathway and aren't having to revert back just because we didn't provide the support needed to help them through. So again, as we look at 90% of graduates are caught up in the 4 high impact pathways we're offering, you can see that in the data here as well. Our hope is that looking at all of that together helps reiterate sort of why we're motivated to make this adjustment to our early college high school landscape. I've had many conversations with many of the students that you've heard, and they are incredible and passionate and committed. And part of what we've said in those conversations is we are seeing this from slightly different perspectives. And you heard that come up in their commentary tonight. None of them want to lose their dreams or their aspirations for the future, and neither do we want that for them. But what we are saying as administrative staff here in the district is that the best way for us to guarantee that they have access to that, and not just the students here, but all students across the 4 schools, is by having this tighter focus, deeper support, and a greater commitment to excellence all the way through with the consolidated school. And that's part of what we've taken out to the community. And our promise to you, and in the superintendent's promise to you, and as that shows up in the superintendent's constraints that she has been sharing, deep community engagement has been and will always be important in La Jolla ISD. And we approach that humbly. Again, we learned some lessons along the way. I will say that not all of these meetings went super well. And that was a lesson that we had to learn and an adjustment we had to make to better walk in knowing that we were there to listen to what the community had to say, hear their concerns, and be able to share that feedback back with you, which we're going to do very shortly. Overall, we did 13 town halls since originally making this proposal to you as the board. In those 13 town halls, we were able to engage with every stakeholder group that touches this work. So principals, faculty, and staff at all 4 schools. We've been able to talk to parents and community that represent all 4 schools, and we've been able to talk to students at all 4 schools. We also did a specific conversation with our AFT partners about this as well. Separate from that, we want to continue to be super transparent and make sure the community has access to information along the way. So we launched a bilingual informational website where folks can access the original presentation, see the video of our conversation that night, look at the press release and frequently asked questions that were coming in. And we will continue, again, if you approve this recommendation, to do engagement and provide updates along the way. And there's a lot of things that we still have to work with students in the community around that become very specific to what the consolidated school looks and feels like. So let's take a minute and actually look through the biggest things that we've heard as we've done this engagement. So we're sharing here on this slide the primary concerns that we heard on the left and a sample of our response on the right. But I want to walk through each one of these briefly with everyone. You heard this in some of the student comments. We certainly heard this loud and clear when we were talking to parents and community. There is a strong belief, well-founded belief, but strong belief that the schools are already excellent and doing well enough. And in many cases, they are. When we look at STAR data, it wasn't in our slides tonight, but we've shared that with you before. More than 80% of students at Thelma and Jimmy are meeting expectations on STAR. That's amazing. That's more than double what we see at comprehensive high schools. But when we go back to core purpose here of getting students on the associate degree pathway and completing it, the data that we shared tonight shows that we do have room for improvement, and we've got to ensure students are getting those successes. For HSP, a lot of those students are taking AP courses. We shared in our quality schools analysis AP data, and at best, we've had about 25% of students across the board earning the 3, 4, or 5 to earn that college credit. So yes, the schools have been doing really well at many things. We also, as a district, though, have to do better to honor our promise and commitment to students. The second thing we've heard a lot about, and you heard this tonight as well, is people do not want to lose STEM opportunities. Part of this was on us and on me and the way we started to communicate this. People did not see or believe that interdisciplinary had STEM opportunities within it in those elective courses, and biology wasn't getting any credit in the STEM space. So part of what we heard again over and over, and as we've already shared with you, making an adjustment to ensure that engineering is a pathway that we will continue to offer moving forward. On the staff side, and Chief Miller will talk about this more in a second, there was a lot of misinformation and confusion early on about what would happen to faculty and staff at the 4 schools. You'll get a deeper dive in a second, but what we want to continue to clarify is all 4 schools will be treated equally and fairly and equitably through the process. Policy DFFB will govern the program change if you approve this recommendation tonight. And so there is no preference or priority for one school over the other. We heard over and over again that Jimmy Carter faculty and staff automatically had a place, and we communicated with them and the other 3 schools that the policy will determine that, not the current location of work. You did not hear this tonight, and I've had a conversation with a number of these students about the 4th one, and it's really important and serious for them now and for their future, and that is how class rank is impacted by the consolidation. This matters for scholarships, it matters for admissions, it matters in a lot of ways, and so we have not shared an answer for that along the way, and as I told some of them earlier this week, we're not here tonight sharing an answer with you either. We are intentionally doing deep dive analysis on our options. Some of this is statutorily mandated, some is policy related, but we've got to ensure that we're putting forth the best recommendation to you, to the community, and to our students on how class rank will be determined. The 5th one here is really about motivation. There were more early conversations than there are now that our entire premise behind this was financial, that we were only doing this to save money. That couldn't be further from the truth. As I've tried to outline tonight, and as we shared in our original proposal and through those 13 engagements, it is about improving opportunities and outcomes for students. And then finally, in terms of class size, there are good questions about how large the school will be. What will be the total enrollment, and will class sizes change? A couple of points there. The consolidated school will be larger than any of the 4 schools are right now in isolation, because we have committed to all of those 9th, 10th, and 11th graders that you automatically have a seat. The desire is never for it to be as big or to function like a comprehensive high school. It will continue to be a specialized environment that has focused students on early college high school programming. The other fascinating thing that came up as we were talking to the groups of students, we actually did that school by school. So we went during lunch to each school and had conversations with them. They were all concerned about the same thing. Essentially, are we going to feel safe? Are we going to feel supported? And will there be a connected community there? And part of what we were able to share with them is all of you are asking this question, but all of you get to really determine that answer. As you came together, just like you come from different middle schools into high school and you figured it out and you formed friendships and you built bonds, as a new school community coming from the 4 institutions, you will do the same thing, and we will be here to help and facilitate that for you along the way. Class sizes specifically, there's concern about how many students are going to be in the classroom. And what we continue to share is that our method of allocating student to teacher ratios will continue to be the same as it is for other high schools. So this is not an intention of increasing class size. Some students may find that. You may go from 14 students in a class to 19, but that's still within our class size allocations. We're not increasing those ratios or those numbers. A couple more things before Chief Miller takes over on the staffing side. Two other pieces of adjustment. One of these we talked about and one we haven't. We certainly know that there is school pride in all four of these institutions, and that is amazing to see. So there have been questions and concerns about why the school would continue to be called Jimmy Carter Early College High School. Is that sort of biasing or preferencing those students in that current community? What we have clarified is that for next year, just to help give a pause in the conversation, it will be Jimmy Carter Early College High School. It will continue to be a Red Wolf. But that new school community, the students, the faculty, staff, and parents, will need to come together to decide what they want that to be in the future. And so we will have those conversations with them. They will decide if they want a recommendation to bring back to the board about any changes moving forward in the longer term. And then number two here, we talked about the degree pathways, including mechanical engineering moving forward. The one thing I will say, when early colleges here started, there was no such thing as AI or cybersecurity or things like that. The landscape in the world is going to continue to change. The interests and needs of our students will continue to change. So those four pathways we are planning to move forward with are not written in stone, because we will have to continue to look at the data, look at success rates, and make adjustments along the way. And then finally here, there are some questions that we still have to answer. We are not suggesting that these are questions that should prevent the board from approving this recommendation tonight, but we did want to be transparent about them because they certainly continue to come up. The first one I mentioned about class rank, we are doing, again, deep dive diligence there. We will be coming back as quickly as possible to the board, to the community, to students with that answer. And as we shared with students and parents, that answer may be differentiated based on cohort. Our current juniors are real close to graduation and college applications, and they think they're in a certain spot. So how we solve it for them may look differently than how we solve this for other cohorts, but we still are working to see what those solution options are. Second one, in terms of size, I talked about that a bit earlier, but let me add two other pieces of context here. And those are, we're waiting on the community to give us more information. This month, those current 9th, 10th, and 11th graders are having conversations with their families and with their counselors to decide if they want to go to the consolidated early college high school. So we need that data to know how many current students will continue. At the same time, our 8th graders are deciding if they want to apply. So in the next 3 to 4 weeks, we will have a much better sense of interest in the school. So right now, we don't really know what enrollment will look like until we hear back from the community about that interest. And then number 3 is very important to our students. And that's what the school is really going to feel like. What clubs are going to be there? Are we going to have dances? Are we going to have other things? These are what's coming up in some of our conversations with students. And what we've said then and what we will continue to say is they're in the driver's seat for that conversation. Those are campus level decisions that the student body, the faculty and staff, and the principal will make. That's not something that we will decide here centrally. We're certainly here to help, but that's not our role or our right to really decide that for students. So yes, they're going to have to figure out ways to build a new community, to integrate different populations, but they really get to create what that looks and feels like from the beginning. So with all of that said, I want to take a few more moments with Chief Miller to go through what this will mean for faculty and staff at the 4 schools.
Good evening. As Dr. Little stated earlier, if we do vote to consolidate the schools, then we will have a program change, and it is based on policy DFFB. I want you to know that as the Chief of Human Capital and Talent Development, I understand the impact that this may have on our staff. I understand that we have dedicated teachers, as our students pointed out, and staff members that not only have responsibilities for their job, but responsibilities to families and to the community. I want you to know that we do not see this as a list of positions on a page. As the Human Capital and Talent Development Department, we see it as people, and we want to really be human in this process. With that being said, I feel like you need to know the commitments that my department is making in this process. We are committed to following DFFB, policy DFFB. We are committed to applying the criteria that is outlined in DFFB and applying it across all 4 campuses. We are committed to addressing misunderstandings, to communication, and to be transparent. We are committed to providing opportunities for our amazing staff to stay within La Jolla ISD, whether it's at the early college high school or in other areas. But I do want you to know that we understand the impact that this could have. For a program change with Chapter 21 term contracts, which are our professionals, these are people that usually have an SBEC, a State Board of Education certificate. They do go through 5 criteria, and then we place people in positions that will be open at the early college high school. This criteria is laid out in policy DFFB, and it's first qualifications for the current or projected assignment. Then we look at performance, extra duties that they're receiving stipends for, professional backgrounds, and seniority. I've had the opportunity to speak with many of our staff members, and they have started sending me resumes and doing things to make sure that we have all of the information that we need to apply this criteria. So I thank them for doing that. But we want to be very open and transparent that we are committed to applying this criteria and applying it across all 4 campuses. One of the misunderstandings were that Jimmy Carter teachers were not going to have to go through this process. Every single campus will go through this criteria and be placed at the early college high school. For our staff members that are not Chapter 21, they will have the opportunity to apply not only at our early college high school, but for other open positions within the district. The human capital and talent development will be the ones who are applying the criteria and helping these other staff members to apply for these open positions. That is our department's job, and we will ensure that we're doing this. I told you one of our commitments were that we want to provide opportunities for our amazing people to stay within the district. So if they are not placed at the consolidated early college high school using the criteria for policy DFFB, then we are going to have a priority transfer window for only employees that are from these early college high schools that are affected by this program change. So we will have a time where they can come and they can meet with principals and look at other open positions within the district. We'll have that for our professionals, our Chapter 21s, and for our staff that will apply for different positions. We also will have a regular transfer window and a job fair that they can come and look at, again, positions within the district. And then we all know that we have natural attrition within the district. We have people who are getting promotions. We have people that their husbands are transferred or their wife is transferred. They're moving out of La Jolla. So we encourage everyone to stay on our job postings, to apply, to call, to reach out. I also said that we're committed to communication and working with everyone who's impacted by this. We are going to have office hours where we just get on, we let our staff get on and ask us questions. We clarify any misunderstandings. But I want you to understand that we are dedicated to ensuring that they have opportunities to stay in La Jolla ISD. Because our students stated, we have amazing, dedicated employees here, and we want them to be able to stay. If you do approve the early college high school consolidation, then the program change has 2 steps to it. Tonight, if this is approved, then it would allow us to start applying the criteria. You would not take any action on positions or contracts. It would just allow us to start looking at the criteria, looking at staffing and ensure that we are placing people using policy DFFB. The second part would come on March 12th. That would be when we bring a list of positions that have not been placed for you to see and take action on. So just know tonight that this vote would just allow us to start using that criteria to place people at the consolidated early college high school. I appreciate your time, and Dr. Little and I would love to answer any questions that you may have.
Yeah, and board, really quickly, what we're asking you to do tonight, in your action item section, there is a resolution. And that resolution, if you approve it, will do two things. It will approve the consolidation, and it will initiate the program change that Chief Miller just laid out.
Thank you for the clarification, and thank you both for the presentation. Very, very detailed, very informative to all of us. Members of the board, do we have any questions for Dr. Little or Chief Miller?
I do, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Dr. Margot.
For Dr. Little, I appreciate all the time and effort you've done in trying to convey this message as far as the consolidation to the community, the students especially, and everybody involved. But if you could just please reassure those of us who are here, because today we heard during public comments, I heard the word taking away, losing, taking away rigor, taking away opportunities. What else can you tell us regarding pathways such as computer science? If somebody's interested as an 8th grader right now, will they still be able to pursue a pathway for an associate degree in computer science under interdisciplinary science? Is that what that means? That we're not taking away opportunities, but we're consolidating opportunities?
Thank you for giving us a chance to clarify that even more. And we do want students and families to hear this really clearly. The list is shorter. So folks are reacting to the fact that it is a shorter list. But what we've got to do more in our conversations with students and parents is know what's included in each of those options. So to your example with computer science, we actually have a slide not included tonight, but it sort of maps out what an associate pathway looks like. And the first 42 hours, and you certainly know this well, are consistent across every pathway. So it doesn't matter what you chose, you're all taking the same courses, and that's sort of what your first year and a half or so of college would be. It's those other 6 courses that start to differentiate the pathways. And in the interdisciplinary option, all of those courses can be available based on student interest. So every year, just like we're doing this month, students will go through the course selection process. They will tell us what they're interested in taking. And then working with STC, we will certainly make those courses available. Whether or not that's actually the associate degree name that they get, those courses and those opportunities are certainly still there. So this is not about limitation. It is expanding on what we have to generate better outcomes.
Because ultimately, at the end, it's about what you just said, student outcomes, and improving what we currently have and making sure more students receive those early college credits.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
Members of the board, do we have any other questions?
I have a comment that I want to make. First of all, I want to acknowledge the fact that you guys did take the time to listen to our community by adding back the mechanical engineering program. I think I heard that a lot, right? And we understand that STEM pathways are really important to our community. So thank you for that. I think also what this does is it acknowledges that for the parents who made it out to these town halls, we are listening, right? The staff is listening. So I continue to encourage students, parents, community members to come out to these events that we're having, because it's important that we hear what you guys have to say, right? So that we can make accommodations on our end. So thank you guys for listening and for adding mechanical engineering back to pathway.
Members? Dr. Little, so I'd like to share with you, I certainly had very impressed, and I know you know this, the 13 visits that you've made, not only with the adults of this community, but the students, and listened. I appreciate that. And I think I've shared this with many of you before that, I mean, I don't know too many folks that are in administration or have positions such as many of you that are in here who go and listen to parents or listening to students. You know, I mean, the information that we're getting back and that you're sharing with us certainly has come from not just the decisions that were made in a boardroom, but decisions that were made with the public in mind. And so we appreciate that. And the questions that were brought up today on the confusion of STEM, and are we still going to make that possible for students to take computer science? I applaud the gentleman who made the comment earlier about, the computer science group. That's important. That's important for us to continue with that pathway. We certainly understand that there's a demand for that. And as we look into the future, and as many of us have stated in the past, that many of the courses that we're offering here are courses that didn't exist years ago. I mean, wind farm operators or some of these mechanical, or just the gentleman who mentioned earlier about computer science. I mean, those were thoughts, but for our students to be experiencing that, I applaud you. But I guess what I really wanted to share with you and to the audience that are here and those that are listening in was the fact that I'm very grateful to all of you. I know that these meetings were not all pleasant, but I appreciate the fact that you did that we as a district were listening to our constituents, those that we serve, and we took that to heart. And it's, and to assist us with the decision that we have in front of us. So thank you, and to your team, and Ms. Miller, for working closely with faculty and staff.
And we certainly echo that appreciation to the community and students. Like, it's an honor to sit there and be able to engage in conversation and listen to the feedback. And we're committed to continuing to doing so.
Yeah, I mean, just share with me, tell me other schools that are doing that. I talk to other school districts all the time, and they applaud what we're doing with our students. And again, at the end of the day, it's all about student outcomes. So I appreciate that. Members of the board, do we have any other questions for Dr. Little or Chief Miller? Seeing that we don't have none, let's go ahead and move on to the next agenda item. And that is the Lone Star Governance Board Progress Monitoring Calendar. Joseph?
Yes, thank you, sir. Good evening, Board President Alvarez, members of the board, Dr. Sorensen, and La Jolla ISD community. It's my pleasure to bring to you this evening an update on Lone Star governance and share with you our board monitoring calendar. So Lone Star governance provides a continuous improvement model for school boards to work in collaboration with their superintendent to better focus on school district's North Star, and that is improving student outcomes. Undergirding the work of Lone Star governance is the belief that student outcomes don't change until adult behaviors change, and that school systems exist to improve student outcomes. So in our journey, in our Lone Star government work to date, among the actions taken by the board has been the adoption of board goals. So back on October 23, 2024, the board passed 4 board goals. These goals are set over a 5-year period. Board Goal 1 looks at 3rd grade reading, meets rates on STAR. Goal 2 looks at 3rd grade math, meets rates on STAR. Goal 3 looks at 8th grade students meeting STAR on reading. And then Goal 4 is focused on our college, career, and military readiness data. So it really digs into our high school outcomes. On November 20th, the board passed goal progress measures. Goals progress measures are indicators of progress related to the goal. So they're informed by district assessments as well as our high school on track data. What we're sharing with you tonight is our board monitoring calendar. So I'll orientate you to the calendar really quickly. You'll see there's 3 columns there. One, the board meeting date. The middle column is the student outcome data, or the goal progress measure. And then the last column is the leadership evaluation. So those are the board's self-evaluations and when they occur. So you'll also notice some splashes of red text. And what that red text means, those are additional data points that are student outcome focused that we are committed to bring to present to the board during these meetings. Okay. So starting with our January 29th meeting, our next board meeting, we're committed to bring to you a presentation on our middle of the year data on goal progress measure 4. So really looking into our high school data. And then in the middle of February, we'll dig into our reading map data, middle of the year map data. So that's looking at grades 1 through high school. On the 26th of February, we will dig into our map middle of the year math data. So that's looking at grades 1 through high school. Then when we get into March, we're going to be looking at our early learning spaces, our kindergarten readiness, as well as our map fluency at K2. And then in April, we'll look at some pre-K data. April 23rd, we'll come back and look at our Lexia data. So back again, looking at goal progress measure 1. On the same night, we'll look at some of our TELPAS data, so looking at some of the progress of our emergent bilingual students. On the 7th of May, we'll look at our Zern and Mathia data, which is aligned to our math goal progress measures. On the 21st of May, we're committed to bringing to you some campus-specific data around our HQIM implementation. And then on June 4th, we'll start looking at, we're committed to bring you end of the year data for each of the GPMs. So we'll sort of start the cycle all over again with bringing our reading data on June 4th and then looking at our math data on June 18th. And then after we come back from summer break on July 30th, we'll come back and we'll look at end of the year high school CCMR data. So it's with this calendar and our commitment to keeping the board updated on our goal progress measures that we have to keep us focused on student outcomes. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Thank you, Joseph. Do any members of the board have anything to ask Joseph? All right, thank you. So before we go into agenda item 6, Dr. Sorensen, do you have anything you'd like to add regarding the presentations that were made and anything else?
Pertaining to the Lone Star governance agenda item, thank you, Mr. Najela, for that presentation. I just would like to add that there will also be subsequent presentations, whether that be the continuation of the discussion on district priorities, other superintendent updates, budget presentations, what have you. So just want to note that there will be other discussion items for the board and the public to see and discuss as we move forward. So just wanted to note that. So thank you, Mr. Najela, for the presentation. But in regards to 5.2, the early college high school consolidation recommendation, I really do want to pause and commend the students. I wish they were still here. I want them to know, and I want our parents and community to know that none of this is taken lightly. We really do understand where students and families and parents are coming from in terms of their passion and their feelings and their concerns around their school. It's their school, period. It's their, I think we heard a student say, it's their home, it's their second home. And so none of our decisions are taken lightly as we have discussions to make recommendations to you. And so as we look at data and as we have conversations about what are we going to recommend to the board, none of it is taken lightly because we understand schools are second homes to children. Schools are second homes to teachers. I mean, a lot of times our teachers spend more time in their classrooms and in our buildings than they do in their homes, right? It takes a lot of preparation to prepare for great instruction. And we know that. And so none of it is taken lightly. But if we go with what our true north is, which is improving outcomes for students and improving outcomes in what this space is designed to do, we also, as a district, which is what I'm charged with doing as the superintendent of schools, is doing what is best for the district and ultimately student outcomes. I'm charged with making a recommendation to the board that improves those student outcomes for what that particular space is designed to do, which is 100%, which is the goal of students achieving associate degrees in that particular space. So the recommendation doesn't come lightly, and we engaged the community in a way that was intense and real and not always easy, which I promised the board and the community we would do as part of our constraints. And so we learned a lot, and we made adjustments where we needed to make those adjustments. And we still know that that's not enough. And so all we can do is deliver on the promise if the board chooses to go with the recommendation, is deliver on the promise of improved outcomes to demonstrate to the community that we are serious and committed to children, and deliver on the promise of what Chief Miller stood before this community and implement policy fairly so that our employees regain trust in our system, that that's exactly what we do, is implement policy fairly and equally for our employees, because our employees are valuable assets to us. So whatever the board chooses to do, as you come back and vote, I do just want to reiterate repeatedly that none of this was taken lightly. It is entered into with a lot of thought and care and concern, and with our true north, the North Star goal always being about improving student outcomes. And so thank you, students, thank you, families, thank you, community, for all of your input. I heard every single bit of it, and thank you for the team for your work and commitment to delivering as much of your time and passion to being out there with the community shoulder to shoulder each time, even when it wasn't easy. But that's what we're here to do, right? Take the licks and get back up and go back out there, because we are here as a part of the community, because this is where we live and breathe too. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Next item on the agenda is agenda item number 6, our consent agenda item. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, next agenda item is a closed session. Meeting will be held for the purposes authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Sections 551.001, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.129, and 551.0821 concerning any and all purposes permitted by the act, including but not limited to the sections, purposes listed below. The time is now 7:33. And we're back from closed session. It's 10 p.m. Item number 9.1 next is action and discussion items. Approval of financial audit services, RFQ number 2025-12. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 9.1.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item is 9.2, approval of solid waste services, CSP number 2025-19. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 9.2.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item number 9.3, approval of kitchen equipment for CNS Department, CSP number 2025-23. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 9.3.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. The following item is agenda item 9.4, approval of sports officials payment processing service, CSP CSP number 2025-26. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 9.4.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item is 9.5, approval of emergency responder communication enhancement system, CSP number 2025-32. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 9.5.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. 9.6, consider and take action on the resolution for the consolidation of the 4 specialty schools into one ECHS and associated program change. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 9.6.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Item number 9.7, consider action regarding level 3 DGBA grievance filed by Isidro Casanova. Do I have a motion?
I move that we, the board, have upheld the level 2 decision of the administration and deny the grievance.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. The following item is agenda item 9.8, consider action regarding level 3 DGBA grievance filed by Cristina Flores. Do I have a motion?
I move that the board uphold the level 2 decision of the administration and deny the grievance.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, next item on the agenda is number 10. It's the calendar. For the record, January 25th, 2025, La Jolla ISD participation at the Texas Citrus Parade. January 29th, 2025, regular board meeting. February 10th, 2025, bad weather day, no classes. February 12th, 2025, regular board meeting. February 26th, 2025, regular board meeting. School board members, at this time, this agenda item 11, this gives us an opportunity for any remarks from the board or superintendent. Members of the board, do we have any questions or remarks?
I have a remark.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, and I think lots of us can agree, that we are attending some of the schools for the School Board Appreciation Month, right? And we just want to say thank you to all the schools, the students who have welcomed us, and we look forward to finishing off the rest of the schools we haven't attended. But it's been great attending all these schools, talking to the students, interacting with staff. It's just been very, very encouraging, seeing how well La Jolla is doing, and we look forward to seeing how the rest of the semester plays out.
Yes.
Have any of the other board members had an opportunity to visit the campuses during
I have as
recognition
well,
month?
and it's been wonderful. The students are happy. Faculty is very warm. The facilities are very clean. It's just amazing. Thank you so much.
Anyone else had a chance to visit?
I'll start tomorrow. Excuse me.
You'll start tomorrow?
I will start tomorrow. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary Peña.
I do have another comment to make. I know we have the strategic planning town hall meetings coming up, so I'm highly encouraging parents, students, staff to come out, listen to what Dr. Sorensen has to say, because we invite your feedback.
Thank you, Secretary Peña. I, like Board Member Chavez, want to thank those that have allowed us to join their campuses and visit them. It was an extra bonus that Board Member Chavez's mom hosted one of the events, and it was certainly humbling. It was very humbling to attend an event where we felt very special. I mean, we went in there, we were greeted by the president of the student body, very smart young lady, and the way they treated us, I mean, it was amazing. And then the things they said about the work we were doing was heartwarming, and I was touched. And it was, like I said earlier, it was a special bonus that Board Member Chavez's mom was there and had the folks participate in folkloric dancing and had the choir sing and had, some other festivities. And of course, what was really good what was really heartwarming was the poems that were read to us and how grateful they were that we were on their campus. So I'm very grateful on the principal that was there. I wish I remembered her name, but she took a lot of pride in her campus. And so again, I want to thank the schools for allowing us to participate in these events throughout this month, acknowledging board appreciation for the month of January. So I have nothing else to say. Dr. Sorensen, is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, just in closing really quick, we put up for everyone to see the next couple of strategic planning town hall meetings that are coming up. This week, just yesterday, we had our fine arts parents and families, and it was an incredible experience to spend time with our fine arts parents and families. To my left here, I even had a board member acting as a parent, fully as a parent, fine arts parent there. But it was incredible to interact with my fine arts parents from across the district, giving us feedback on the future of the district and what their hopes and dreams are for the future in terms of fine arts, where they want to see us go as the district. I also then will continue to interact with my advisory committees. I interacted with my principal advisory committee last week, but I will have my parent advisory committee tomorrow. So parents who are on my parent advisory committee, I will see you tomorrow night. Next week, I continue with my educator advisory committee on Monday. But then on Tuesday, January 21st, athletic parents and families, please come out for a strategic planning town hall meeting here at the central office. So athletic parents and family members, please come out. We really want to hear from you. Special education parents and family members, we really want to hear from you here again at central office Wednesday, January 22nd from 6 to 7:30. We also then will have another meeting for future pre-K families, current pre-K 3 and current pre-K 4 families on Thursday, January 30th. I will also be meeting with my student advisory group in the middle of all of that wonderfulness, because meeting with my student advisory group is always a ton of fun. They have lots of things to tell me about what they hope for the future of the district. And so those are things upcoming. We will have the February schedule come out shortly, because we will have more and more town halls with educators, with teachers, with parents of not only other focus groups, but all calls for parents, elementary parents, high school parents, middle school parents, just so there's an opportunity for us to get broad voice from across the district, and then in different employee groups, so that we make sure that we hear from all of our stakeholders as we truly engage in strategic planning for 25, 26, and beyond. So as we think about Secretary Pena's call, please, please, please come out. And also shortly, our broad community survey will be blasted out to everybody. So we really do encourage everybody to give us your voice, your opinions on the future of the district. That is our sole purpose of strategic planning, is it is truly, truly your voice, our future, the future of La Jolla ISD. So I am excited to engage in this process with you. There is also one more thing, President Alvarez, if you will indulge me. We do want our parents and families to know that we are looking at weather. We know that weather is coming. We met about it today, and we will keep you informed and abreast of any changes in the weather. And you can find information from us on our social media sites, but also on our website. We are very aware and attuned with the National Weather Service. The team met today, but please keep in tune with our social media sites, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, and also our website. We will also text it out, but we are constantly watching the weather to make sure that the safety, security, warmth is our first priority for our students, families, and that everybody is safe and secure as we watch what is happening with weather. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen. Before we adjourn, there is something I'd like to read. Dr. Sorensen and I received a letter from TEA. For any confusion out there or anyone that has been following our board meetings regularly, there's always question on the role of our team that's here. But I do want to make it clear that we did receive another letter from TEA, and it reads the following. Dear Dr. Sorensen and Mr. Alvarez, the purpose of this letter is to notify you that on December 11, 2024, the Texas Education Agency conducted a quarterly review of all the conservators and management teams appointed to oversee districts' operations throughout the state. On January 9, 2025, I reviewed and approved the agency's final recommendations. This review was conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Texas Education Code 39A-003B. In addition to the review of the conservators and management teams, TEA conducted a review of all TEA monitors and board of managers placements. At this time, it is my decision to continue the appointment of the conservator and the board of managers for the La Jolla Independent School District. Any questions you may have should be addressed to Garrett Black in the Division of the Governance Interventions. And a carbon copy was sent, or a copy of this was sent to Daniel King, Region 1 Service Center Director. So just in case anyone was asking, that is available for review. Seeing that we have no more questions and nothing else to take up at this time, is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn this meeting at 10:13 p.m.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. We are adjourned.